Trustee Harman Singh, and Trustee Sidhu. Good evening, everyone. The board reconvenes from closed session. Items to report from closed session. Board member Herman Singh joined us at 5:40 p.m. Board member Sidhu joined us at 5:42 p.m. And then board member Nandeep Singh joined us at 5:50 p.m. The certificated personnel report was approved by a motion by trustee Kirfan, a second by trustee Sellers, 6-1 with trustee Nandeep Singh absent. The classified personnel report was approved by motion by trustee Kirk, a second by Harman Singh, a vote of 6-1 with trustee Nandeep Singh absent. The board also took action to approve unanimously a resignation and settlement agreement with a certificated employee. Motion was made by trustee Kirk, a second was made by trustee Harman Singh. The board also took action to approve a settlement and general release with the certificated employee by a motion by myself and a second by trustee Sidhu. The vote was 6 in support with 1 no vote by trustee Kirfan. And with that, we move on to our Pledge of Allegiance. If I may please have our Vice President, Trustee Sellers, lead us. Thank you. We next invite our community engagement information, William Lazo, our interpreter translator.
Good evening. If you wish to address the board, please call 559-276-3150 or fill out a request form provided on the table near the entrance and submit it to the clerk of the board prior to the meeting. If you wish to speak on an item on the agenda, please do so when that item is called. If you wish to speak on an item not on the agenda, you may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. Si desea dirigirse a la mesa directiva, llame al número 559-276-3150 o complete un formulario de solicitud provisto en la mesa cerca de la entrada y preséntelo al secretario de la mesa directiva antes de la reunión. Se permitirán comentarios públicos relacionados con los temas de la agenda cuando se llame el tema. Los comentarios públicos sobre un tema que no está en la agenda se permitirán durante la sección de comentarios públicos de la agenda. The district welcomes other language speakers to the board meetings. Anyone planning to attend and needing an interpreter for a language other than Spanish should call 559-274-4700, extension 10150, by noon on the Friday preceding the board meeting or at least 48 hours in advance of the meeting so arrangements can be made for an interpreter. El distrito da la bienvenida a las personas que hablan otros idiomas a las reuniones de la mesa directiva. Cualquier persona que planifique asistir y necesite un intérprete para un idioma que no sea español, llame al 559-274-4700, extensión 10150, el viernes antes de la reunión y antes del mediodía, o por lo menos 48 horas antes de la reunión, para poder hacer los arreglos para la interpretación. Thank you.
ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ। ਜੇਕਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬੋਰਡ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਬੋਧਿਤ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ 559-276-3150 ਤੇ ਕਾਲ ਕਰੋ ਜਾਂ ਐਂਟਰੀ ਦਰਵਾਜ਼ੇ ਦੇ ਨੇੜੇ ਟੇਬਲ ਤੇ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ ਇੱਕ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਫਾਰਮ ਨੂੰ ਭਰੋ ਅਤੇ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੇ ਕਲਰਕ ਕੋਲ ਜਮ੍ਹਾਂ ਕਰੋ। ਜੇਕਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਏਜੰਡੇ ਦੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਤੇ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਏਜੰਡੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਸ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਦੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਆਵੇ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਬਾਰੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਸਾਂਝੇ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਜੇਕਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਏਜੰਡੇ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਤੇ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਏਜੰਡੇ ਦੇ ਜਨਤਕ ਟਿੱਪਣੀ ਸੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਦੌਰਾਨ ਅਜਿਹਾ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਸਾਡਾ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹਾ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੀਆਂ ਮੀਟਿੰਗਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਰ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਬੋਲਣ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਜੇਕਰ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਹਾਜ਼ਰ ਹੋਣ ਦੀ ਯੋਜਨਾ ਬਣਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ ਅਤੇ ਸਪੈਨਿਸ਼ ਜਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਲਈ ਟਰਾਂਸਲੇਟਰ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸ਼ੁੱਕਰਵਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਦੁਪਹਿਰ ਤੱਕ ਜਾਂ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਤੋਂ ਘੱਟੋ ਘੱਟ 48 ਘੰਟੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 559-274-4700 ਐਕਸਟੈਂਸ਼ਨ 150 ਤੇ ਕਾਲ ਕਰਕੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੋ ਤਾਂ ਜੋ ਇੱਕ ਟਰਾਂਸਲੇਟਰ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਬੰਧ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ। ਧੰਨਵਾਦ।
Thank you both. We move on to our presentations. It's always lovely to see so many faces and people in the audience. School activities presentations, Assistant Superintendent McLennan.
I'm going to ask Dr. Lopez to introduce this one.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Marshall, and Board President Carrillo. I am honored to present to you the CAD interns, and this is in recognition of Mental Health Awareness Month, and they'll be presenting what they've accomplished this year at Justin Garza High School.
Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Marshall, President Carrillo, members of the board. It is wonderful to be here before you guys today again. My name is Jacqueline Dillon, and today, alongside my colleagues, we'll be speaking about some of the things that we've been doing at Justin Garza this year to further awareness about mental health education, as well as substance use, harm reduction, and prevention efforts that we've been doing at Garza this year.
Hi, my name is Harman Taliwal, and so what even is CAD? CAD is a peer-led substance use reduction and education program. It started in 2020, and it focuses on harm reduction, and it brings into awareness the effects substances have on one. We work closely with school facilities, our school board, and health departments to promote better harm reduction, peer education, and share health resources. Over the years, this program has expanded to 6 school districts across 9 campuses in California, making a large impact by making small changes, such as having the availability of Narcan in every high school classroom. And then so this October, our interns gained crucial skills through Narcan training, where we learned to respond to and reverse opioid overdoses. We were trained to identify signs of overdose, and we were taught on how the nasal sprays were used, which prepared us for emergency situations. And then in November, our interns participated in a Narcan CPR training led by experts from National Protection and Safety. And this session equipped us with essential life-saving techniques to make sure that we were prepared to act in a critical moment. Together, these trainings enhanced the interns' ability to make a life-saving difference. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Varney, and I'll be talking about intern learning experiences. So on November 13th, 2025, a resource officer from Central East had came to have a talk with us. He went over personal experiences and how real the dangers in our community are. We all got to share some things we as students see in our schools. This was the beginning of our internship, so he shared some ways we could help our peers see any harm happening. Overall, we had great conversations, and it was an amazing learning experience. And then on April 8th, 2026, we visited Gaston Middle School. We stepped into something amazing in that moment. They had a clinic full of nurses, a food pantry, a clothing pantry, and counselors. They basically had every resource that you could imagine. They gave us tips for some of us who want to go into the medical field. We also learned about some stuff they host, like fun nights for parents. Seeing the way Gaston runs made us want to create that for Central Unified. This also was an amazing learning experience.
Hi, my name is Ashleen, and I'll be talking about a survey that our interns collected from Justin Garza High School and Central East. So the data that we collected, it showed how often students witnessed substance use and how often they were informed of the dangers and if they knew about available resources at their schools. From this survey, we were able, what was brought to our attention was that a lot of our students were not aware of resources that were on campus, like the wellness centers, and they didn't always receive open access to it. We also noticed that a lot of students would like more resources that would help out with mental health and substance use, like how we saw at Gaston Middle School. Thank you.
Some of the things that we did most frequently to help educate our peers was a lot of tabling activities, both on and off campus. We started off the year in October. It was World Mental Health Day, and on that day, we tabled at Justin Garza and at Central East with around 60 people in attendance and activities for attendees. We continued throughout the first semester. We also tabled for Red Ribbon Week, which all of these images on the slides are of Red Ribbon Week. We had a lot of activities, including Narcan demonstrations, demonstrations of how different drugs can affect the body, as well as creating PSA videos about substance use and about mental health as well. And then recently this semester in February, it was Fentanyl Awareness Week, for which we were joined by a few organizations like OEND and California Bridge, who helped us do like Narcan demonstrations and generally educating our peers about substance use and how to prevent and reduce harm around fentanyl. A few more events that we had, we also tabled at GHG Sports Day, which is like an outdoor kids event where we hosted games for children to encourage them to play outside, kind of be outside more, interact socially, and reduce screen time, which is kind of like an addiction that a lot of younger kids struggle with. They're on their phones, on their tablets all day. So with that activity, we tried to get them outside and get them like playing the way they should be instead of being on their screens all day. At school this semester, we also tabled for Alcohol Awareness Day, where we focus specifically on how alcohol can impair the senses and really hurt people. To help students really understand this, we had drunk goggles, which allowed students to put them on and kind of see through the eyes of somebody that is drunk, to show them how specifically maybe drinking and driving can be very dangerous, because it showed them how impaired they can be when they're under the influence of alcohol. Like we had them walking around and they couldn't even walk straight, so it really showed them how dangerous it can be to do things like drinking and driving. Most recently, our last event was NAMI Day, where we joined Justin Garza NAMI at a lunchtime event to help them table about mental health awareness. There we had a paint by number for students to complete. And here's just a few more images. For example, in the top right corner, we had students put their thumbprints on a pledge to be drug-free. On the bottom, we have a couple images from GHG Sports Day, some of our real cute little kids playing outside, and a couple more images of interaction with our peers at school as well.
Okay, so cell phone policy. My colleagues and I created a presentation on the new cell phone policy. We used that presentation to create an ed puzzle for students to watch. Students learned about the policy coming their way. The ed puzzle was shown to all students. We also conducted a survey that provided data on students' preferences and thoughts on this new cell phone policy. Thank you.
Movie night. We held a movie night on June 30th with 40 attendees. We used the Elvis movie to educate the audience on how drugs can impact a person's life. On the right of the screen, you can see Joplin Dillon and Harmon Dolly while interacting with the community and asking questions about the movie. Town Hall. On March 10th, 2026, us CAT interns hosted a town hall at Justin Garza High School. This was an educational event focused on opioid prevention and mental health awareness. The event featured guest speakers, informational tables, and presentations designed to teach attendees how to support their peers and keep their community safe. On the right of the screen, you can see our fellow Como Pre-Car welcoming everyone to our town hall.
So to conclude, I'd just like to thank everybody that has made it possible for us to do all of this year. Everything that we've been doing this year would not have been possible without all of the support and help from our district and school admin, especially from Assistant Superintendent Dr. Lopez, who gave us the chance to be involved in the formulation of the cell phone policy, as well as all of our school admin who made it possible for us to table at school, to host our town hall, and a number of other events that would not have been possible without their support. We hope that in coming years, future cohorts of CAD interns are also able to continue having successful collaborations with school and district admin so that all of us can work together to help make Central Unified a safer and healthier place. Thank you.
Thank you for all the work and awareness that you're bringing to our students and for sharing that information with us. Thank you. We move on to student recognition. I'll turn it over to Assistant Superintendent McLennan. Actually, Dr. Lopez first.
So I am very excited to recognize a few of our groups tonight. I do want to say thank you to our coaches for your dedication and hard work, as well as our athletic directors at the school sites. Very important recognition to our parents and families too, because they dedicate so much time for our athletes, student athletes, so they can participate in our programs. And congratulations to our students for the hard work and dedication that it takes to be the best they are. So congratulations. And I am going to now call our athletic director, Ray Hightower, to the podium.
All right, good evening. We want to honor and celebrate two teams from Central High School. We want to recognize the swim and dive program from Central High School, as well as the wrestling program. Can we make a round of applause for them? And then we also want to honor and recognize Justin Garza's swim and dive program. Can we give it up for them as well? We have two amazing athletic directors who do a lot of behind-the-scenes work to make this possible for our teams. So we'll start first with Chris Young from Central High School, followed by Kristen Sujan from Justin Garza.
Good evening, members of the board, superintendent, and the greater Central community. Tonight, we're proud to recognize the outstanding accomplishments of our student athletes at Central High School. Their success reflects not only talent and hard work, but the character, discipline, and pride that it takes to be a Grizzly every single day. First, I'd like to recognize Central High's wrestling team. Now, there are quite a few bullet points here, so stick with me, because what they did was, unmatched in district history. They went undefeated in their dual season, 21-0. They're Division III section dual champions. They're Division IV section individual tournament champions. They had 5 individual section champions. They had 10 all-league NYL wrestlers. And again, there are quite a few bullet points, but this is unmatched in this district's history. In addition to 10 all-league NYL wrestlers, they also had the best male and female with the Boys and Girls NYL Wrestlers of the Year. They also, and perhaps most importantly, they also were the Division IV academic team champions with a cumulative GPA higher than any other team in the NYL. Like I said, this feat is unmatched in district history, and that is not only a testament to our student athletes, but also our coaching staff and what they were able to do day in and day out. Secondly, Central High Swim and Dive. My wife told me not to use the pun, but they are making waves. There are quite a few people in this room, including Jared Horn here to my right, that were pivotal in getting this done and creating something special at Central High School with not just swim and dive, but the entirety of the aquatics program. This is their first year as a standalone program. As you know, I don't think it needs to be mentioned, but first year as a standalone program in quite some time, and they too have an extensive number of bullet points here. They are the 2026 NYL Boys Swim and Dive champions, again, undefeated. They have 26 medals at the league final, 13 gold, 8 silver, and 5 bronze. In that, you also do have an athlete in this room, Leo Hernandez, who broke the school 11 dive record for the entire district, if I'm not mistaken. So again, making history there. In addition to that, we also have Brian Easter, again, fresh out of the hospital, thankfully. But he was the NYL Male Swimmer of the Year and also our campus's B'nai B'rith nominee. One last one, and that is Jared Horn was the unanimous NYL Boys Coach of the Year. And so again, this is looked like it was news to your mom over there, but good news to have. So again, the credit goes to not just our student athletes, but everyone that supports them, including all of you, with what we're trying to do and what we're trying to build at Central High School. So with that, we're going to continue to try to build things down the line at Central High School, and those things are rooted in tradition, history, and legacy. So thank you.
Yeah, can we invite each team, maybe let's do one at a time because I see a lot of students. My list has Justin Garza's swim team first, but I don't know what team. That's okay. What was the team that was moving? Okay, let's do the high school wrestling team. Come up and shake our hands or fist bump if you like, and then before you leave, we would like a picture with the students and then any of their family members that would like to join after. So for those of you that didn't hear in the back, one of our wrestlers wrestled the mayor of City of Fresno, and I'm going to assume he won, so thank you for that.
Yeah,
Okay.
the mayor could not take him down. Yes.
Good. Congratulations. Let's give him another round of applause. I see Central, so is this Central Swim and Dive? Okay. Next, we'll have Central Swim and Dive.
Back on. There we go. Good evening, Central Unified Board of Trustees, Superintendent Marshall, administration, families and students here that are gathered today. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Christian Sugin. I'm the athletic director at Justin Garza High School. I don't know how I'm going to follow up Mr. Young's excellent speech on his two teams that performed so well over the past season, but he's a close friend, so I might be able to get some tips afterwards. Anyways, tonight we just wanted to really congratulate and honor just an absolutely incredible individual and an athlete and representative of not only Justin Garza High School, but of Central Unified School District. Lucas Kircher is a member of our Justin Garza Swim and Dive team. Lucas was a two-time individual champion at the CIF Central Section Division II Swimming and Diving Championships, winning both the 50 freestyle and 100 freestyle para events. He's two-time back-to-back, so he's got 2 rings coming his way, and he's only a sophomore, which gives him ample time to go off and win an additional section championship, and if I hear correctly, which will be true, an eventual state champion. So that is what he brings. He's just an absolutely excellent representative. At the CIF state meet just a few weeks back, he placed 8th in the para class 3 50 freestyle, becoming the first swimmer in Central Unified history to score points at a CIF state championship, which is massive.
That's awesome. Woohoo.
In addition to his awards he received this year, he dropped considerable time in all of his events. Lucas has an absolutely infectious, positive attitude that is recognized by his coaches, teammates, competitors, officials, and everyone who's had the privilege of watching him swim. We want to give a special shout out and thanks to Adaptive PE and Teresa Boyer for all the help in purchasing some of the equipment that Lucas has used to become a 2-time section champion. He has his entire coaching staff here supporting him alongside of his family. And he is one of the greatest kids that you will meet on campus, always smiling, one of the funniest kids that I've come into contact with. And as you could see, he brought every single one of his medals, which Chris encouraged him to do. So we hope to add a few more in the coming years, but we just really want to thank you for allowing us to come out. Again, Lucas just exemplifies everything it means to be a Central Unified student athlete. So we're very, very proud of him and excited to hopefully come up here next year with another section championship and a state championship. So thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
So we invite Lucas and his entire team, support team, to come and shake our hands or fist bumps if you like.
Stand close. We're going single file.
And then a photo after. Let's give Lucas and all of our other athletes another round of applause. We move on to employee recognition. Dr. Childs?
Yes, thank you so much, President Carrillo, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Marshall. Tonight it's my honor to introduce our next Director of Human Resources, coming from Biola Pershing Elementary, and that is Ms. Shalon Shepard.
Good evening, President Carrillo, members of the board, Superintendent Marshall. Thank you so much for the incredible opportunity to serve as the Central Unified's next Director of Human Resources. I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity. I'm fully committed to rolling up my sleeves and partnering with this amazing human resources team to really make sure that all of our systems are strong and working. If you would have asked me a year ago if I would have seen myself in human resources, I would have said no. But this last year, I've had an amazing opportunity to experience some different activities, participate in different things around the district that really helped me to truly understand that human resources is an essential piece of our educational system. That every teacher we recruit, every staff member we support, and every system that we improve is directly related to the success of our students in the classroom, and I wanted to be a part of working within that system. So, I'm going to ask for some grace and some forgiveness because transitioning from a school site after all these years to the district office, you might catch me doing some silly dances to the PE music at Teague. I may offer to tie your shoe or threaten to call your parents if you don't behave. But, I've been around for young children for so long, I know there's a transition ahead. But what I'm committed to is bringing the same amount of dedication and perseverance, positivity and compassion, and leadership into my new role as the Director of Human Resources. Thank you again for this honor, and I look forward to serving the district, our staff, our students, and our community as the Director of Human Resources. Thank you.
All right, and the next person that we want to introduce is our next area administrator. That's going to be over the Garza area, and that is Mr. Tobias Brookins.
Good evening to Superintendent Dr. Marshall, also President Carrillo, and the full board, leadership, principals, teachers, staff, and community. It's just an honor to step into this role at this time in my journey, which started in 1997 as a high school principal, and then just working through trying to make sure every student has an excellent education and experience so that they can have great outcomes in life. Truly, I believe that our schools are the hubs of our communities, and so this gave me an opportunity to step into that. I have 15 years in Fresno Unified, and in that time, I've been able to work with restorative practices, special education, being a site principal and VP at both elementary and middle school. It's just prepared me for this time to be able to coach, work with, learn from, listen to our communities so that our kids have great outcomes. My wife wanted to be here. She's with my grandchild, our second grandchild, with him, so she sends her love and thanks as well. But I'm just ready to work with this great team. Central is already on the move, and so it's just nice to catch the wave and be a part of that. So thank you so much, and I can't wait to meet with you all and just continue to learn and grow our kids.
We move on to our Employee Association highlights. Do we have, yes, we do. Laura Bolton, Central Unified Teachers Association President.
Good evening. I don't really have anything to share other than just that I'm looking forward to Friday when we come back together at the bargaining table. And I want to wish everyone a fantastic end of the school year. We're so close. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we invite the President for California School Employees Association, Angie Aguirre.
Good evening, everyone, board members, President Carrillo, and Dr. Marshall. I just want to give a quick update of the rodeo championships for the bus drivers held this past weekend. I just want to congratulate all our Central bus drivers for a job well done at the rodeo this past weekend. They worked incredibly hard to represent Central with professionalism and pride. We had many drivers placing in their events, and overall Central earned first place for overall presentation. We are very proud of their accomplishments and the positive way they represented our district. Dr. Marshall will provide additional details during his report. Thank you.
Thank you. We move on to Superintendent Board Communications. We'll first hear from Dr. Marshall, our Superintendent.
Okay, so tonight we heard from the swim and wrestling teams at Central High School and Justin Garza, but there's been a lot happening this spring, and we have a lot of teams doing very well. The Rio Vista baseball team, 8th grade, they won the CVAL championship title. Central East volleyball team, they won both the CIF sectional division championship and then the state division 3 regional championship. So on Saturday, they play at Fresno City College against Santa Cruz. The Central East boys track team, they claimed the CIF section masters championship this past Saturday. The Justin Garza baseball team, they advanced to the section division championship. And then I had the pleasure last week to attend a scholarship, the Nyberg scholarship recipient. We had 3 students that were recognized there. Staff accolades. We have great staff members as well. One of our instructors at Rio Vista, Christopher Golden, he was honored as a terrific teacher by the Fresno County Superintendent of Schools. That happened. And as our CSA president reported, our bus drivers, we had a team that placed first in that state rodeo competition in Bakersfield. And you see a lot of our drivers play. So, I mean, that's a big honor. So I want to make sure that I mention that tonight. As far as Mr. Woods, Brandon Rodriguez, and then Trey Herzog. They placed first in their team transit. I'm looking forward to continuing our student voices conversations. We've been talking about a lot. We have the mass group. We're going to put the group of high school students together. I think the date was moved because of some conflicts to June 2nd. And then I had the chance to attend the field day, the Barnyard Bash, that was hosted by Adaptive PE and Special Olympics. Central East had a nice celebration. We had someone from the NBA to come out. The athletes is Leaders and Readers Luncheon. And that program goes back for years. And there's a player, he plays for the Memphis Grizzlies. He actually came back for that. Very powerful. And then I had a visit this past Friday to Santa Clara Unified Wilcox High School. It was interesting to go to another district and see as far as the cell phone policy being implemented. And that was an interesting experience as far as like how the protocols in terms of when students came in. You know, I got to go out with them at lunchtime and see what that experience was like. So very interesting. I mean, and they also showed what you can do within a framework. Looking ahead to the end of the month, our Ed Services Department, they're hosting the multilingual celebration. That'll be on May 29th and June 5th. The baccalaureate ceremony is going to be at the church in West McKinley on May 31st. That's Sunday. And then you have, trustees, the schedule of graduations is attached for your perusal. And then I'll be giving my end-of-the-year message. And I mean, one thing like I talked about last month, I'm going to focus on the top issues in the state of California because there's a lot going on, and also some of the recommendations that I have as far as addressing some of those issues. As far as we talk about artificial intelligence, budget woes and such, it's real. And I think as a district, we're in a better position than most, but we do have to address the situation. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Marshall. I move on to our student trustees. Whichever one of you would like to go first.
Okay, hello everyone. I've been getting some feedback about the next year's phone policy if we implement it. So one positive feedback was it would keep distractions to a minimum, and a bad thing would be there's a possibility by this new rule being put in place could lead to something fatal. That was said by a student at West. Another thing going around at West is something called, it's like a petition going around, and there's this quote on our wall right in front of the lunch cafeteria, and students want it removed. That's what the petition's about. It's a quote said by Gandhi because of some things he's done. There's 75 students who have signed it. And something that's happened at West, it's called Powder Puff Football, and it was freshmen and seniors versus sophomores and juniors, and the sophomores and juniors beat us really badly. So next year, I guess. Okay, bye.
Hi guys. In the past few weeks, I've gone to meet with multiple students, staff, and administration, and I'd like to say I'm glad I got this opportunity. At Central East, a few things I've noticed alongside my classmates and teachers was a disregard and unfairness, not just between our campuses, but between decisions with our student and staff. With the phone policy, we have went out of our way. We started a petition. We met with multiple people. We started videos. And I know a few students coming in today to voice for us. We're frustrated with this decision for multiple factors that I know a lot of them will bring up today. And I'd also like to add to this topic with the computer science class and a pathway that the district would be taking away from kids. A little overview and summary of what I'm trying to get across is that we want transparency and actual decisions being done from our voices. We want to be heard, and not just our students, but staff as well. And we need to stop taking away opportunities from kids, such as the computer science class and more. Thank you.
Thank you both for your reports. Dr. Marshall, can you briefly, because it's not agendized, we can't have a conversation about it, but can you just briefly address the computer science concerns that have been raised? And then secondly, I know that the Gandhi quote was something that Trustee Harmon Singh had flagged previously, and if you have a response now as to the processes or the next steps that our district will be taking to analyze all of our murals to address any potential concerns given new information that we may be receiving about particular
Okay,
figures.
I'll work backwards. I'll start with the mural first. If we could get that petition. I mean, that's the first I've heard of a petition. So if you could get that to me, you're correct in terms of. I mean, one of our trustees did flag the situation. But I mean, as far as the petition and such, we need to see that to our attention. So that's the first step. As far as the computer science class goes, I want to be clear that I'm not sure. I mean, the classes, everything. There should have been correspondence that went out today, basically stating that the classes would be offered. So I don't know as far as if there's information out there as far as it not being offered. That's not accurate information. So I just wanted to just preface that first.
Okay. Board reports. Is there any board member that wishes to speak? Trustee Kirk and then Trustee Kerfan.
Thank you very much. I had the pleasure of attending the Central High Scholars Luncheon, where I don't want to get the number wrong, but I think we had 28, more than 20 students who also earned an associate's degree from Fresno City College. Big shout out to Isabel. I sat at her table. I got to see her and several of our graduates last week at Fresno City College graduation. So big shout out to all of our Central High RAM graduates. And last week, I was able to attend the choir and orchestra performance of Central East. A big shout out to them for getting a superior at their festival in San Jose. So great job, Mr. Ogden. Keep it going.
Let's give those students a round of applause as well. Trustee Kerfan.
Thank you, President Carrillo. Last week, I had the pleasure of going to Central High School and attending a kind of like breakfast celebration of the Teen Authors and Artists publication, where we were able to help get multiple students at Central High published in this book. It's a collection of short stories, long-form stories, photography, ceramics, and draw and paint. A variety of the creative geniuses at Central High. I got a few of their autographs, so one day when they're rich and famous, I'll be able to say I got to meet them. And if any board members would like to see a copy of it, I will pass it down for you all to observe. Here you go. And also just acknowledging that I received a lot of emails from students about the Central East Computer Science. I am in the process of getting back to you all. I also just want to highlight, I think it's great that we have an esports club, especially as a founding member of a precursor to that at Central High circa 2013. So let me know when you guys are having your next tournament, because I will dominate you guys at Smash Bros.
I hope one of you takes the challenge and then report back how badly you beat them, please. Any other board member? Okay, so I think the next time we return, some of our students will have already graduated, so I just want to give a shout out to all of our students who have met the graduation requirements, those who are also completing an AA degree. Congratulations to you all. Congratulations to your parents and your families and to your teachers and all the educators and mentors in your life that have helped you complete this milestone. And I just wish you the very best as you continue your journey, whatever path that may be. So congratulations to all of our graduating seniors and all of you for the work that you do and contributions to getting them there. And with that, we will move to comments from the public. I see a lot of folks, so I presume we have comments.
Yes, President Correa, I have 10 cards in front of me at this time.
Okay, do we have anyone on the phone? Okay, so we have designated 20 minutes for public comments. I'm hearing we have 10. Each individual will have 2 minutes to address the board. And that should give enough time to hear from all of the individuals. Any member in the public who wishes to address the board, there are note cards in the back you can complete if you do not wish to complete the note card, but you wish to address the board. Once we take all the note card comments, please come forward to the podium so that we can hear you. You will also have 2 minutes to address the board. And with that, Board Clerk, please begin.
Thank you. Our first comment is from Julian Reyes. And as the board president said, you will have 2 minutes.
Hello again, members of the board. I was here originally in the previous meeting on the 12th, I think, and I just want to say I'm still pretty disappointed in the decision happening with McDowell and his computer science program at Central East High School, because even if you guys do keep the computer science program, it still ends up shutting down the 3D program and the esports program that also helps students get ahead in some things and get scholarship money, stuff like that. And you guys shouldn't be taking away opportunities from future students that previous students would have. You should be adding more opportunities for the future students. And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Our next comment comes from Graciela Velasquez.
On? Hello and good evening. My name is Graciela Velasquez. I've been a Central Unified student for 7 years, and as a young person, I understand more than anyone what it means to have my voice heard. From my experiences with Youth Leadership Institute to Central East FNL, I've learned what it's like to use my voice. However, the past few weeks, I've noticed an issue. While the board is making decisions from the phone policy to our pathway programs being cut, our computer science program, they've lacked youth voice. I've experienced on multiple occasions, personally and from youth on campus, that we have felt disregarded in these district conversations despite trying so desperately to be heard and a part of them. I'm tired of it. We are aware of what goes on in our community, and we've seen how the board tackles them. We've noticed how your solutions don't address the root of youth problems, such as the phone policy. You all speak of mental health, but we've seen that on campus, a lot of students aren't even aware of their mental health resources that are available to them. It sometimes feels like the board creates solutions to our problems without asking our opinions. I think that it is time that we give youth the sense of ownership, responsibility, and community. It is dire that we allow these strong and determined students that I know, many of my friends, myself, to have a choice in what happens to them, what is being decided amongst all of you. We are tired of being ignored and brushed off, and we ask that the district makes an effort to operate with real youth-adult partnerships and take our input in meaningful ways and listen to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Dev Patel.
Hello, members of the board, and thank you for your time again. I spoke here at the last meeting to argue for the computer science program. And I understand that we are keeping this computer science program here at Central East High School, but me and the students behind me believe that there is no other person that can or should teach it than Mr. McDowell. Mr. McDowell has played an incredible role in our education in computer science, not just computer science, but career skills and media literacy. I've gone to work with him in his AP Computer Science class as a student, and also in my ROP video production class, working with his students to create slideshows teaching kids basic media literacy skills. And I've learned that the things that he teaches and the way that he connects with the students is irreplaceable. I hope that you guys can have a teacher that you guys have looked back on when you guys were in school, and look back on it and have that favorite teacher. For a lot of us, that teacher is Mr. McDowell, and to lose him is to lose our computer science program, basically. To us, he's played a big role. I can't reiterate that enough. And the impact that he has had and will have on us is immeasurable. Board, I ask that you consider that you don't just equate the computer science program to being a class on campus, but the teacher itself. Because the teacher itself is irreplaceable and his value is immeasurable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Annalise Zaragoza.
Hello? Okay. Hello, my name is Annalise Zaragoza. I am the President of French Choir Club at Central East High School. I speak on behalf of 75 students that collaborated with Mr. McDowell and his 3D printing club for an event called Vincent Van Gogh Day, a day of friendship, art, and mental health. If you didn't know, 3D printing and computer science are both forms of art and creativity. Many students use this program as a way to express themselves artistically. If you take this form of art away from these students, then you're taking away their futures, their happiness, and the way they express themselves. These items demonstrate the effect that Mr. McDowell and his program have on our campus. There's a sunflower, Vincent Van Gogh, like an entire, what is this, a statue? And then a small little square of the Starry Night that he created. These objects are from the French room that are owned by Mr. Donaghy. There are similar items inside of the admin office on campus. These items verify that Mr. McDowell has a powerful impact on our school in very subtle ways. Maybe computer science wasn't your path. However, I would like you to think about the students that you're affecting when you're making these decisions. You'd be taking away their future and their path. I would like you to remember how you once had a dream on a different road, one that made you feel complete. Now just imagine your younger self reaching for that dream, except once you were close to reaching it, it gets taken away by a group of people with power. I ask with the utmost sincerity, please reconsider your choice. Have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Angel Bianca. Is Angel here?
Good evening, members of the board. I was last here on the 12th. We, the students at Central East High School, came to speak on the situation about Mr. McDowell, also the computer science program. Mr. McDowell is currently, to my knowledge, the only computer science teacher on campus. I have heard from other people that the board has considered Mr. Harish as a replacement. Currently, to my knowledge, Harish doesn't do computer science at all. He does Edgenuity, and to my knowledge, that's all. We have returned today to bring more winners on how we are not happy with the decision of the board of getting rid of Mr. McDowell. As you can see, we have returned with a lot more people and some students that have graduated. To the people who have graduated, please raise your hand. That is all that I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Gershabad Singh.
Good evening, respected members of the board. My name is Gershabad Singh. I am a graduate student. I graduated in 2024 from Central East, and I'm a student of Mr. McDowell. I'm currently pursuing a double major in computer science engineering and cognitive science in the UC system. I truly believe I would not be in the position to be in leadership positions and research labs, and I'm conducting research in fields such as computer vision models and AI. Without the inspiration from Mr. McDowell, I would not be in this position. Through the many courses I took with him, I was able to discover my passions and interests that shaped my future. His classes gave me opportunity to explore topics ranging from computer science, neuroscience, gaming, leadership, creativity, and much more. He creates an environment where students feel encouraged to think bigger than what they are about. You just get a place to speak about things more than just education. I think it shows through the students of Central East how much Mr. McDowell matters to us. And I think if any teacher should be kept in high school, it should be him, as he's passionate about teaching every day and he's able to inspire students, and especially students of high school, not middle school. I feel like he should be kept in high school over being transferred to middle school, as these years matter the most. Yeah, that's the majority of the thing I wanted to say, but I feel like this is more about Mr. McDowell than just a computer science program. I feel like he is truly the one who should be in high school. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Gursaker Singh.
Good evening, respected members of the board. My name is Gursaker Singh, and I'm a student at Central East High School. I'm here today to speak about the loss of opportunities students will face with the removal of Mr. McDowell's computer science program and 3D printing and esports program. So before I continue my speech, I just want to mention that from my new knowledge of how the computer science program is staying, I would like to only say a segment of my speech instead of the whole thing. So moving on to the 3D program first. Mr. McDowell students have used 3D printing to help programs on campus, including creating scorecards for tennis team that help save funds for the team and just like overall. The class has also helped bring clubs and students together, building a stronger school community. During our annual Van Gogh event, multiple clubs worked together with the 3D printing program to create sunflowers, starry night decorations, and other printed pieces that help make the event possible. I'd like to also mention that students and community members came together to support this program through a petition that has already reached 705 signatures. That little support shows how much this program means to students, alumni, teachers, and overall school community. The petition was not just about the program. It was also about how to save Mr. McDowell's program. So we don't want to just save the program. We want to save Mr. McDowell at this position. We don't want to change that teacher to another teacher who is right now is teaching computer lab. We want Mr. McDowell to stay as Central East and not Rio. Mr. McDowell spent years building this program. He's the one that started this. He created these opportunities for students. I respectfully ask the district to reconsider reducing, removing, or relocating a program that has already proven its values to students and to our school community. At this point of my speech, I would have showed up the petitions I had and all of the signs we have. We have 705 signs. But when all of us students walked in, we saw the pens that we signed these petitions with, the exact thing to speak. And these pens are made by the 3D Bengals Club. These pens are made by Mr. McDowell and the students from Central East. And you're making us sign the speaker notes with our own pens. And you guys want to relocate this club, get rid of our opportunities, and then make us sign the same thing with the same pens we made. This is it's absurd. So as you can see, we are annoyed with this thing. That's why all the students are here. These things in my hand are not just random things. They're proof that Mr. McDowell matters to us. This is why I humbly ask that we change our decision, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Valeria Sanchez.
Hello. Okay, sorry. Good evening, Superintendent Marshall and board members and trustees. My name is Valeria Sanchez, and I attend Central East High School. I'm here to speak on behalf of the students who this new phone policy will directly impact. I want to start off with something simple. Students are the ones living through the reality of your decisions, yet our voices were disregarded in this process. We are constantly told that youth voice matters, but when it comes to the policies that affect our safety, communication, and our daily lives, the input you receive from students throughout the district was dismissed. We've been told that the policy is about mental health, but using mental health as a justification without consulting the very students whose mental health you're claiming to protect is not support, it's avoidance. And if mental health is truly the main concern, then I have to ask, why do the majority of the students on our campus at Central East not know that we have a wellness center? How can mental health be a priority when the district hasn't invested in making mental health resources visible, accessible, or widely known? If the district wants to support student well-being, the first step is strengthening mental health services and not locking away our phones. And I want to remind you of something very real that happened this year. Not once, not twice, but 3 separate threats in a single school year at Central East. The most recent shooting threat was on Monday, May 18th at Central East High School. That day, many of us were scared, many of us didn't know what was happening, and the only way we felt safe, the only way we could reach our families was through our phones. Students were texting parents, trying to understand if we were safe. Parents were desperate for updates, and that communication mattered. It reduced panic, it kept families connected in a moment of fear. And something important that I want to know is parent square notifications were delayed. Parents were not getting timely updates from the district. Many parents were only learned what was truly happening when their children directly texted them. Students were the ones providing real-time information. Students were the ones calming their families, and students were the ones filling the communication gap when the district failed to. So So I ask you directly, in the next emergency, and we know there will be one because there has already been 3, how are we supposed to contact our loved ones? How will parents know that their children are safe? I urge you to reconsider this decision, not because students want a convenience, but because we want safety and we want to be heard.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next comment comes from Brianna Martinez.
Testing. Okay. Pleasure to see you all, even though this isn't usually my element. I understand that a good majority of us are brought here for the sole purpose of McDowell, and I know you guys may be tired of hearing it from how constant it is, but I've had McDowell for roughly 2 years, and from the start of it, it was nice. It was great. As somebody who's a member of 3D printing and also a participant in esports, it is because of him and the other people that I've met that I've, managed to grow as a person to the one that I am today. I've met people that I never thought I would meet. I've made bonds with people I've never thought I'd be able to have with anything or anybody. McDowell has allowed me a chance to see the world in a different perspective. And although I do carry this with a bit of shame, I am a victim of depression, and I've had suicidal ideations before. And what upsets me a lot more, I felt like I couldn't go to the people on campus that were made for this kind of thing. But the one that was there for me the most when I needed it, the one who didn't see me as just a student, was McDowell. He's seen me as a person. He sees everybody in his classroom as a person first and a student second. He's always willing to lend an ear. He's always willing to lend a hand. And if it weren't for him, I don't think I would be here today. I don't think I would have had the light in me to come back to Central East, despite our bitter parting before he welcomed me back for my senior year. Nobody can do it like him. Nobody can teach the computer science class like him. So I ask you guys to think about it. Truthfully, I do. Thank you.
Our next comment comes from Mylan Leon. Oh, Micah. My apologies.
If we mispronounce your name, just let us know what it is when you come up, please. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Hello again, members of the board. I am Micah Leon. I am here once again to address the unfortunate issue of the district attempting to shut down Ms. McDowell's computer science program. I am again very saddened by this decision, and I respectfully request for you guys to rethink this decision. Computer science program, along with both esports and the 3D printing club, along with Mr. McDowell as a person in general, has changed the lives of many students, continuing to inspire them each day for the last 6 years, helping them socialize, have leadership, and to work together with creativity. Thank you.
All right. President Creel, I have no other comment cards at this time.
Thank you. We have one caller, one remote caller.
Good evening, Abhijat. You have 2 minutes to address the board. Please make sure to turn down the volume on your listening device so we can hear you loud and clear. Again, you have 2 minutes and your time starts now.
Good evening, Superintendent Marshall and Board Trustees. My name is Abhijot Singh, and I'm a student at Central High School. I'm writing to you tonight on behalf of myself and around 150 of my student peers who have signed a petition regarding a symbol on our campus. We, students of Central High School, believe it is time for our school to reflect the values we uphold today. Recent actions in Fresno and across the country have seen the renaming of institutions tied to figures like Cesar Chavez due to revelations about misconduct. Similarly, historical concerns have emerged about Mohandas Gandhi's conduct, raising serious questions about his suitability as a moral symbol on our campus. Gandhi has been criticized for holding racist beliefs against Africans, using deeply troubling language, and for engaging in inappropriate relationships with underage girls. In line with these developments, we respectfully request the removal of Gandhi's quote from our school campus. Thank you for the time and consideration. The students of Central High School wish to see this removed as soon as possible, as this is not what Central High School represents. Thank you so much and have a good rest of your night.
Board President, there's no callers at this time.
Thank you. So comments from the public, the board is not allowed to have a discussion or engage in any discussion about any of the items because they're not agendized. But I will provide a general response and comment to all of you, particularly our students and our past graduates. We do hear you, we listen to you. Unfortunately or fortunately, there are certain decisions that none of us get to make. Whether a particular teacher is moved or not, or the priorities or seniorities, we have contractual obligations under collective bargaining agreements, under California law, to follow certain procedures. And so please know that I am certain that all of us up here have had those teachers that we would be willing to advocate for, and we hear you. We understand. And if it wasn't truly up to us, and I believe probably if it was up to our administration, we would consider and have more of that conversation. But understand that even our hands are tied when those types of decisions are made. We appreciate all your advocacy, and please continue to come to our board meetings, to talk to your student representatives, to provide your feedback, because know that when we do have the authority, and even when we don't, but lawfully we can exercise authority, we do. We've done it before when we've dealt with lunch periods at Garza, when we've heard feedback about closed restrooms, which this board is committed to ensure stops before any other new board member is elected. We promise you that. We do listen to you. And I do want to confirm, I'm informed that the 3D class will still be offered. That the eSport, oh, it's a club, I'm sorry, okay. 3D Club will continue to be provided. The eSports will also be provided. I understand that this is about Mr. McDowell. We hear you. In fact, when I say I understand, we all understand that. But know that we also have our limitations, that we can't give you something we're not legally authorized and contractually bound not to provide. But I just wanted you to all know that we do hear you, and we do listen and question and follow up, because we do care about you. We acknowledge that your parents, your community members, some of you who vote, elect us, but the supermajority of you don't get a say in us representing you. So we do take your voices seriously, and I just wanted to make sure that you all knew that, and thank you again for your public comments and coming out twice to our board meetings. Thank you. With that, we move on to our consent agenda. What are the wishes of the board on the consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Trustee Kirk, and I have a second by Trustee Nandeep Singh. Before I take a vote, I was just wrapped up in providing my feedback. I do want to acknowledge that we are adopting resolution number 2526-62 in recognition of LGBTQ+ Awareness Month. And with that, I'll take our student trustees first. How do you vote?
Aye.
Board members, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. We move on to item M1 under action, student discipline cases. What are the wishes of the board on both cases?
Motion to approve. Second.
Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Kerfan. I have a second by Vice President Sellers. Student trustees, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Board members, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. We move on to to accept gifts to the district. Assistant Superintendent Ekbal.
Good evening. Central High School received 4 donations for the 2026 senior grad night. The first one is $200 from Courtney Grimm. The second one is $160 from Elizabeth Hirschberger. The third one is $170 from Tom Clark. And the fourth one is $180 from Robin Cardwell. Justin Garza High School received a donation of $1,511.05 from Gordon Park McCormick Barso LLP for the mock trial transcript fees. Administration is recommending the board accept gifts to the district.
Thank you. What are the wishes of the board on accepting the gifts to the district?
Second.
Thank you. I have a, yes, thank you very much to our givers, our donors. A motion by Nandeep Singh, and I have a second by Trustee Kirk. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board members, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries with Trustee Kirfan absent. Number 3, approve out-of-state travel. Assistant Superintendent Dr. Lopez.
Good evening. The following requests for out-of-state travel are attached for our new Director of Climate Culture and SEL, as well as myself to attend the training for restorative practices that has already been provided to our staff here in the district level through IIRP. This will ensure alignment with the trainer of trainers model and alignment to the training that has already been provided. All costs will be covered by the LCSSP grant. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the board? What are the wishes of the board?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. I have a motion by Vice President Sellers. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by Trustee Kirk. Student trustees, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Board members, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries with Trustee Kirfan absent. We move on to item number 4, approve 2627 contract to support academic achievement. Assistant Superintendent McLennan.
Thank you. We are bringing this back after it was an information item at the previous meeting. These are our set of contracts for this school year for educational services. We have a few others to bring, but this is the bulk of the contracts we'll be bringing for this year. We did, as noted, reduce our contracts by more than $1.5 million this year, just looking at our needs, duplication of services, some negotiations. And you should also have attached to your board agendas the academic return on investment forms, which shows how we will be measuring and how these programs will be used.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, the only ones you don't have AROI forms are our core curriculum material contracts.
Any questions or comments from the board?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. I have a motion by Vice President Sellers. Is there a second? Second. I have a second by Trustee Kirk. Student trustees, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Board members, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries with Trustee Kirfan absent. We move on to number 5, approve growth of Education Services Department for Assistant Director of Career Technical Education, Assistant Superintendent McLennan. It's McLennan with an L and not McLennan with a C, right?
It's McLennan,
McLennan.
which I'm told is because it's Scottish instead of Irish, an important contention point for my husband. So this item is to create the position of Assistant Director of Career Technical Education. This is to redesign our CTE programs around the district, build relationships with industry partners in the region, create work-based learning opportunities for our students, and to navigate pathways that connect with our local community colleges and universities for our students to continue on.
Thank you. Can you highlight where the funding source is coming from for this?
Yes, thank you. So the primary funding source for this is our Career Technical Education Incentive Grant, and that's 60% of the funding. The other funding is supplemental and concentration funds, which are restricted LCFF funds and our LCAP plan. And so the total cost for this position for annual, including all salary and benefits, is $158,877. In the long term, you'll notice one of the metrics is after 2 years, so we have time to build and put the relationships together, is an increase in our Perkins and CTEIG grants that we will qualify for, which will return part of our investment back.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? I'll move to approve. Do I have a second? Thank you. I have a second by Vice President Sellers. All in favor, please say aye. Sorry, student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board members, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries with trustee Gerfon absent. We move on to number 6, approve growth and expansion of special education department. Assistant Superintendent Mac Lennon.
Yeah. My original name was easier. So this is a restructuring of our special education department, increase in positions. Over time, our special education services and the number of students that have been identified and the number of staff corresponding that require supervision, PD, supports, all of that have increased, but the staffing to do those coordination efforts and the additional services has not increased. And so this would bring several positions. So one of them, the 2 new positions that we don't have in our district, is a program supervisor, SLPs. This is someone who specifically has the speech language pathologist and the administrative credential. So they can help support our speech language pathologists, which is a large bulk of our service staff for special education, especially our youngest students are pretty heavily identified for speech needs. The next one is a speech pathologist assistants. Our caseloads and our assessments, especially for our younger students who require several assessments at time in a year to determine growth and continued eligibility, is just a growing system breakdown as we go through, and the need for it and the need for the additional support is huge. We also have trouble, like any district, finding speech language pathologist. It is a really hard position, and the private contractors outbid us in a lot of cases. And then they sell them back the services to us at a premium if we contract with them. So finding full-time speech language pathologists for districts is very, very difficult. We've had open positions, and these speech language assistants can provide services to students and be supervised by the program supervisor SLP if we have a need for fill-in services when we have an open position. The next position is a classified compliance technician. So SACE and ARIES and the data collection for special education is extremely complicated. And we want to make sure that we are doing it right because our reporting right now has a couple of things. We have late IEPs in a lot of situations, and not nobody's monitoring it, but the people that are monitoring it have 15 other things that they're also doing right now. And we're not staying in compliance. And so we need somebody who's sending regular reports out, following up on those reports, and also making sure the coding of that is done correctly in SACE and ARIES so that we can bring several of our areas back into compliance that we're not currently in. That's a specialized position, and so we're proposing that be a technician, which is similar to like a fiscal technician on the financial side, but this would be a special education data technician essentially. And then the last one is another certificate in management program supervisor, and the role of this person is to increase the monitoring and support due to the increased caseloads and the number of classes that we're increasing each year. All of these positions are either supplemental and concentration funded because they go with our goals and our SIM plan and all of our things to increase our special education, reduce the equity gap essentially with all of our special education indicators, or Medi-Cal funded with our speech language pathologist and speech language pathologist assistant positions, and where we can also bill for their direct services to students and recoup some of the funding back.
So I heard where the funding source. So just to simplify it, how does this impact our general fund or our general budget?
I'll let Amir explain that, and we kind of work together hand in hand to make sure that this was in the planning that was already accounted for in the funding numbers you've seen.
Well, we are still working with the budget right now. So hopefully when we present the budget, we'll show you the impact on it. Because again, LCAP, or as they call it, LCFF, has 3 important parts. The first part is the base. Out of the base, a chunk goes to contribution, and the other second part is S&C. So once when our Director of Fiscal Services, Ms. Patricia, present, then that way we'll show you what the impact, and she's working on it right now.
Okay. Dr. Marshall?
Okay, one thing I want to also add is that in the proposed budget, it's still like in the final stages, but one of the winners in this whole process is special education. So they will be contributing more money towards special education, which we always spend more, but still, they'll be putting more towards it than they're doing it now.
One more note, the program supervisor, part of the position is to create the alternative dispute resolution system, which will decrease state and legal steps. It's an additional step before that happens, and one of the metrics is the 20% decrease of legal costs related to special education compliance issues.
Okay, thank you. And I'm prepared to support the additional positions. I just want to make sure that we're cognizant and we clearly understand where the funding is coming from and what that impact is doing, because the last presentation, I think we were still at like 87% of our budget is to support our positions. And so just monitoring what's happening around our neighboring school districts and across California, I just want to be mindful of that as we're approving these positions, that we're highlighting them and we understand the consequences of our decisions, acknowledging the need for the positions and the underlying impact that is needed in that department. Any other questions or comments from the board? What are the wishes of the board on this item?
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Kirk. I have a second by Vice President Sellers to approve the growth and expansion of special education department. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. We move on to item number 7, approve the participation of Central Unified migrant students in the 2026 middle school and high school migrant residential programs. We have Director Escandon.
Good evening. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Board President Carrillo, and Superintendent Marshall. Tonight, I'm bringing forward an action item requesting approval for Central Unified migrant students to participate in the 2026 Fresno County Superintendent of Schools Migrant Residential Summer Programs. These programs are sponsored through the Fresno County Superintendent of Schools Migrant Education Program and are designed to provide our migrant students with opportunities focused on leadership development, college and career readiness, STEAM learning, cultural enrichment, and social emotional growth. This summer, Central Unified students have been invited to participate in 3 residential programs. The first is the Middle School Migrant Institute for Education and Leadership, also known as the MIEL program, middle school, for current 7th and 8th grade students. This program will take place June 14th through June 19th at Fresno State University, and Central Unified has been allocated 5 student spots and 2 alternate spots. The second is the High School Migrant Institute for Education and Leadership, or MIEL program high school, for current 9th through 11th grade students. This program will take place June 21st through June 26th at Fresno State University, and Central Unified has also been allocated 5 student spots and 2 alternate spots. The third opportunity is the High School STEAM UC Santa Barbara program for current 9th through 11th grade students. This residential STEAM experience will take place July 6th through July 17th, and Central Unified has been allocated 10 student spots and 2 alternate spots. Fresno County Superintendent of Schools will provide transportation, lodging, meals, instructional materials, and overall program coordination for participating students at no cost to the district. FCSS is partnering with the Moreno Institute and Youth to Leadership to facilitate these programs and provide students with meaningful experiences that help build leadership skills, increase college and career awareness, and expose students to opportunities beyond the classroom setting. Our FCSS Migrant Support Team, in collaboration with Central Unified's English Learner and Migrant Department, will coordinate student recruitment, parent outreach, and informational meetings for participating families. A parent informational meeting has been scheduled for June 11th, 2026, and will be facilitated by Marcela Brecky, Supervisor of VLA Migrant Programs, myself, Cristina Martinez, FCSS Migrant Bilingual Project Specialist, Spanish interpretation and translated materials will be provided to support participating families. The Director of Curriculum Instruction and the Supervisor of VL and Migrant Services will also remain available on call throughout the duration of the residential programs to support participating students and families as needed. I would also like to provide the board with a brief update regarding the district's migrant education program. In June, the Supervisor of VL and Migrant Programs will provide a presentation highlighting the district's migrant education program supports, services, enrichment opportunities, and family engagement events provided to elementary and secondary students during the 25-26 school year. Additionally, I want to ensure the board that the district is on track to fully spend all migrant education program funds, and no migrant funds are projected to be returned. These opportunities and supports continue to provide our migrant students and families with meaningful academic leadership, enrichment experiences, and expand opportunities beyond the classroom setting. Administration recommends approval of this item. Thank you, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions, Trustee Kirk?
No, I had a motion to approve that, but
I have a couple questions. I saw you turn on your mic. Trustee Nandip Singh.
Director Escandon, definitely looking forward to the report in June. And may I ask, in terms of the trips, could we also just have like a summation, maybe some pictures from the student participation, just what exactly they like, what that experience was like, and just a presentation of all these great trips that are coming up as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
One silly question, I probably should have asked this during agenda prep. Thank you for the report. I'd love to hear about this because I know some of us have expressed concern in the past with the lack of using those resources and providing support for our students. Why are we bringing this? Why do we need to approve this as a board?
It's an overnight trip.
Okay. I
the
figured
overnight trips and out of state and as part of board policy are approved by the board.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. I realized when I saw the field trip that was probably the case, but thank you. I'm excited that our students get to participate in these opportunities, and I also look forward to the June report, and I'm glad to hear, and I hope that you can actually report and confirm that we've used all those funds. This is a group of students, or a group of students that we receive special funding to support them, and so I just want to make sure that we're taking advantage of all those opportunities and that they are aware of them as well. Trustee Kirk.
Thank you. I'm very excited for our students' opportunities to go live the gaucho life in Santa Barbara. Motion to approve.
I will second that. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. We move on to approve list of obsolete textbooks and materials. Director O.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Marshall. With our new math adoption, we are requesting the board for us to approve to obsolete and discard our previous math adoption materials per ed code. These materials will be offered to students and members of the community, and then after that, any unclaimed items may be offered to nonprofits, be discarded, or be sold to used textbook retailers. The money, if in the latter case, will go back into instructional materials. We are also requesting that teachers not keep the outdated adoption materials to encourage full transition to our new materials. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? If not, is there a motion to approve the list of obsolete textbooks and materials?
So moved.
Thank you. I have a motion by Vice President Sellers. Is there a second? I have a second by Trustee Harmon Singh. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Director O. Item number 9, approve purchase of high school Chromebook bags. Director Robles.
Good evening. Today I have for you, the district needs to buy some durable carrying bags to support safe transportation of student devices. The carrying bags are very similar to those we already use in the school to home program. They were embroidered with a custom logo. The bags will be deployed to the high school students in the upcoming school year. We'll utilize the TIPS 241202 piggyback contract for this purchase, and our total cost is going to be $141,668 from general fund. Administration is recommending the board approve this purchase of the Chromebook bags.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from the board? Have we purchased bags in the past?
You recently approved a purchase for additional bags for our school to home program.
Okay.
That was a couple of months ago.
Okay, because I don't have a recollection of approving like a large purchase, but I mean, they're bags, they probably
One
didn't pay
this
attention.
large, we haven't purchased this many at once before, and that's
That makes
why.
sense, okay. And then just for the board, there's been a couple of items, like this is one, the migrant students as well. I've just moved to action, just so that we don't delay, and there's no delay in purchasing, because we know just costs keep going up, but also so that the staff are prepared as the new year come up. So if you have any concerns or additional questions, just flag them as we go through. VP Sellers?
Just wanted to clarify, these are not part of the smart device locking bags, it's just a regular?
No, these are for Chromebooks.
And then the other question, is the intent that each student will be issued and they'll maintain that throughout their 4 years in high school, or
That's
do they have
correct.
to turn it back in?
Yeah, they will keep it.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions or comments? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you. I have a motion by Vice President Sellers. Is there a second? Thank you. I have a second by Trustee Kirk. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
We move on to item number 10, approve camera install at new pathway site. Director Both.
Good evening, Board President Creo, Superintendent Dr. Marshall, and board members. Tonight, we're bringing the camera install at the new pathway site, which was at the old West Art Center. That currently has the older camera system that has been replaced at the other district sites. The site will get new cameras and be brought up to the same level as the rest of the district. EKC has provided a proposal to install the new cameras and server. The cost of the new system will be $62,056.19. This will be paid out of the general fund, and this is also part of the same budget that was brought to you previously for the work at the West Art Center to bring it up to par. Administration is recommending the board approve this camera install after answering any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? What are the wishes of Trustee Kerfan?
Thank you, President Creel. Remind me, Director Both, what was the total amount that we had budgeted for the changes to the walk?
So the budget I'm referring to is for the maintenance, the repairs. That
Yeah.
was $500,000
And is this 62,000 included in that or tacked on?
included in that.
Okay, excellent, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve? Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Kerfan. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by Trustee Sadoo. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 11, approve reclassification of manager and supervisor expanded learning opportunities position. Assistant Superintendent Dr. Lopez.
Hello, the positions being proposed for reclassification are the manager and supervisor of expanded learning programs. This reclassification of the positions will ensure that we have an administrator present during all intersessions, increasing the supervisor calendar to 225. And also, if you notice the redlining that was provided to you, we added a lot of language around grant compliance, which we've expressed in the past is a big item for ELOP programs. Administration is recommending that we approve these positions, the reclassification of these two positions. The total financial impact is a little over $86,000 to be paid out of ELOP grant funds.
Thank you, Dr. Lopez. Any questions or comments from the board? My only question is, so since this is being paid out of ELOP funds, can we use that money for anything else? Like, is it restricted funding that this is what the intended purpose of that funding source?
That is correct. The 3-year plan was presented to you guys a few months ago, and it's got to be compliant with the grant funds and that 3-year plan.
Okay. Thank you. Is there a motion to approve? Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Kirk. I have a second by Trustee Nandeep Singh. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. And we turn to our final action item for tonight. Discuss and adopt resolution number 2526-65 regarding a conflict of interest code and 9270E conflict of interest. So I've added this item for the board to review. and consider approving expanding the list of employees that are required to submit Form 700. There's been some recent concerns raised by board members and by the community, identifying a gap in reporting, and we just want to make sure that to the extent that there's any conflicts, that the district is well aware of what they may be. And so the resolution would result in amending our current additional, I guess, addendum, and would list our communications and public relations officer as a designated position and disclosure category, requiring the disclosure of any potential conflicts as required by the law. I would also remind all board members on the board of their obligation to legally comply with any conflict of interest, and would encourage you to over-comply. And if there's any possibility that there may be any claim of ethical violations or anything of that sort, that you consult with our superintendent so that we provide the appropriate disclosures and avoid any complaints by our community. I hate to see the use of our resources and, quite frankly, wasting our money and having to investigate complaints against us or against any of our employees for alleged Political Reform Act violations, Government Code Section 1090, or the relevant conflict of interest provisions. So with that, I would recommend that the board approve this resolution. I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have about this the resolution and the proposed amendment.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Sidhu, and I have a second by Trustee Nandeep Singh. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Next item, the directive to our superintendent is that you just ensure that any individuals in that position comply and are aware of the reporting requirement. We move on to our information items. Are there any items that we need to move up? Do we have any? Number 10, any guests? Okay. We thank you for your patience. If there's no objection, we will take item 10 first, since we do have a guest here. Receive information on the 2026 school facility fee justification report and hold hearing to adopt resolution number 2526-64. Assistant Superintendent Ekbal.
Okay. Good evening again. State Allocation Board has increased the level 1 developer fee from $5.17 to $5.38 for residential development. And for the commercial development, the fee increase went from 84 cents to 87 cents. The staff is asking for authorization to charge the new facility fee. Administration is recommending this item be placed on June 9th, 2026 board agenda for action.
Are there any questions from the board? Any comments? Okay. We will move item 10 to action for June 9th, 2026. Thank you. Now we return back to item number 1. Receive information regarding public hearing and adoption of the 26-27 local control and accountability plan.
Greetings again.
Director O.
Greetings again, members of the board and Dr. Marshall. Tonight, I would also like to inform the board and the public that the draft Local Control Accountability Plan, or the LCAP, will be posted for public review on June 4th, next Thursday. The draft will be available on the district website, and a hard copy will also be available for review in room 8 at the district office. As part of the LCAP development process, Ed Services has gathered staff and community feedback through surveys, community forums, advisory committee meetings to help inform the development of the draft plan and district priorities. The public hearing for the LCAP is scheduled for June 9th, which will provide an additional opportunity for our Ed partners and community members to offer public input prior to the final adoption of the LCAP at the June 23rd board meeting.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, so we will move this to action at our June 9th, 2026 board meeting. We're going to have a few public hearings. Can we have this LCAP hearing follow? Hopefully there's no student discipline, but if there is, follow any student discipline. Thank you. We move on to item number 2, receive information regarding public hearing and adoption of the 26-27 proposed budget. Director McCurley.
Thank you. Good evening, President Creel, members of the board, and Dr. Marshall. Tonight, we are using this opportunity as a placeholder for the adoption of the 26-27 proposed budget. My team and I are working closely with the various departments to ensure our budget is aligned and representative of the district goals while maintaining the required reserve. We attended the May revise last week, and we are just taking all of that information into account in order to prepare our budget. We are requesting this item be returned at the next board meeting for action.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board related to this placeholder? Trustee Kerfan.
Thank you, Director McCurley. In previous budget cycles, I've requested that the budget also include a summary that is basically legible for any layman in the district who wants to review the budget and maybe is not a certified accountant. Will we be including that in our budget this year?
We're going to call that user-friendly.
Excellent.
And we will make sure that there is a user-friendly version of the 95-page document.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Can we have this public hearing follow the LCAP, and then after that, we'll have the developer fee public hearing? Thank you. And did I pronounce your last name correctly?
You did.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Item number 3, receive information regarding resolution number 2526-62 in the matter of order of election and specifications of the election order.
Basically, you have the attachment that indicates information on the election that's going to occur on November the 3rd. And I'm requesting that we put this, it's required 123 days prior to an election. And I'm requesting to bring this back at the June 9th board meeting.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board?
Just a comment, and I don't know if we could do this for this or if any of this other board members would have any objection. Most school districts and jurisdictional boards usually in terms of how they name them, so they'll have like all the odd numbers go one particular year and then the even numbers the next cycle into. I don't know like where we came up with our particular trustee area numbers. I don't know if we have any connection to the number, but my suggestion would be if we could name them as such. So it would be in non-presidential years, so that we have 1, 3, 5, and 7, and then presidential years 2, 4, and 6. Just so that it's a little bit easier for the rest of the community to understand. But just a suggestion. I don't know the process of how one would rename their or reassign our trustee number, but just something to make it easier for the community to understand.
Do you have the answer to his question?
No.
Okay, so hold on. Sorry, I didn't want to be rude. There is something in the elections code, because I've looked at this before when districts are developing areas, because it does get tricky since we already have them set. But there is something in the elections code, and we would need to, and there may be a provision in the education code. I'm happy to send those in. It would not happen for this. Absolutely not. I'm certain of that. But in 2 weeks, when I can breathe, I will send those to you. Okay. Question or comment? Are you sure? I didn't mean to scare you. Okay. So just so the community is aware, the upcoming election is going to have Area 3, Area 1, Area 2, Area 4, and Area 7. So we have one additional trustee area because we did have a vacancy, and since that term doesn't end for another 2 years, we're required by the education code and actually the education code to add it to our next regular election. I don't think this has to be action. I think it can come back as consent. Is there any objection? Unless I find an ed code saying that we have to bring it back as action. Okay, so if I don't find anything, this will come back under consent. Thank you. Item number 4, receive information regarding student wellness contracts. Assistant Superintendent McLennan.
This is a batch of contracts for you to review for our special education services.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? So I have one question. In the past, I've asked about hand interpreting, whether at a minimum we've developed any process to collect any feedback and make sure that it is the appropriate service and that interpreters are providing the appropriate interpretation during these meetings, because as someone who's bilingual, I can quickly tell, at least for Spanish, when someone is not interpreting or the different regions speak something differently. So if there's an opportunity, and if we're not doing that or continuing to do that, if we can just make sure that we're asking there for IEP meetings, so our parents, our guardians, for any feedback as they're using these interpreters, and I guess using our own interpreters to determine whether they're effective or not.
I can add that to the ROI measurements, the metrics of some type of survey or feedback for staff and parents.
Thank you, because I think we switched to hand interpreting 3 or 4 years ago.
We have both. We continue to use HANA, and I believe the other one is Orchid Interpreting, but that's a smaller contract just because of the number of IEPs that we have going.
Okay, yeah. So I vaguely remember that we switched over because there was some concern about the effectiveness of, the effectiveness of interpreting. I know you all would not know this. This is why I keep looking at Trustee Nandeep Singh, but if you can just follow up and make sure. Okay. Any other questions, Trustee Nandeep Singh?
Just a quick comment, Assistant Superintendent McLennan, and probably just more just for all of our community in general. With these particular contracts, these are kind of more intra-usage, but whether intra-usage or external usage, just because it came out in terms of some of the other contract groups that we have where students feel like sometimes it doesn't get out to them, just developing a system so that any contract, any third-party vendor that we're using, we're both being able to communicate that maximally inside and outside when we have more public-facing ones as well.
Thank you. Any objection to having this return under consent? Okay, it will return under consent. Item number 5, receive information regarding systems innovation and improvement assessment and data. Assistant Superintendent McLennan.
One of the things that we've been on a mission for is a really strong data program so that our site administrators and our teachers and our district office can monitor student performance, not only year to year on the big exams and the data dashboard, but in the interim on what's going on before we get to the big finish. We've had several programs that we've been using, and right now we currently have 2 different programs that provide data, neither one of which is user-friendly or has been set up well. And so we were looking at whether to work with one of those and go much, much deeper and see if it could meet our needs, or to contract with a new one. And we determined through a committee that was working on it to contract with a new one and get rid of both of the other programs. So this is, if you've heard of Kern Kids, Kern County developed a very solid, very user-friendly, which is important program when you're trying to get a variety of people to access and use data. And then Fresno County Schools bought it from them in order to offer it in Fresno as well. And so our team went through it. We had we had district people, we had our REA department all going through it to make a determination this was the most user-friendly and the most effective one. And we are already planning, based on your approval at the next meeting, professional development to train staff to use this. It was one of our missing pieces in educational services.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board?
Sorry, one quick note on cost. It is cheaper when we dump the other 2 programs to pay for this one, about $30,000 cheaper than the other programs we've been not using. And it's coming out of supplemental and concentration LCFF funds for using data to improve equity and interventions.
And this is a system that will be used internally? Okay, thank you. Well, I mean, if it's cheaper and save us some money, we support that, and especially after the comments you made about it being more user-friendly and more effective in what we need. So that's awesome. That's exciting. Hearing no questions or comments from the board, any objection to having this return under consent? Okay. And as a reminder, anything on consent, you can always pull it, let me know, or before we approve the agenda, just pull the item. Item number 6, receive information regarding the 26-27 dates for elementary school attending 6th grade camp.
All right.
Area Administrator Garrett.
Good evening, President Creel, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Marshall. Tonight I'm bringing for information the grade 6 camp contracts for all 15 of our elementary schools for the 2026-2027 school year, and documentation is attached, and administration is recommending this item be placed on the June 9th board meeting agenda for action.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from the board? Go ahead, Trustee Kerfan.
Thank you. I have a question. So one, I just want to thank you guys for bringing this to us so early this year. That definitely makes it easier for all our schools to plan. Will the students or families have to pay anything for these field trips?
They will not.
Excellent. And I know we still have some discrepancy in the different facilities they use. Can you explain the rationale sites have for choosing different locations?
Yeah, historically, sites typically went to Calvin Crest or Sierra Outdoor. Over the past few years, we've developed a partnership with Wonder Valley, and we have 12 out of the 15 who currently have either started going to camp or shifted to Wonder Valley. We still have 2 that go to Calvin Crest, 1 at Sierra Outdoor, and that I think mainly is just that tradition and history of returning to those camps that they've built partnerships with. All camps provide academic opportunities and a lot of fun for our kiddos.
Right. And I know you mentioned that we used to have, more ubiquitous use of Sierra Outdoor. However, I see that most of our schools, typically in the lower income parts of our district, are switching to Wonder Valley. I was just wondering if there's like a difference in facilities or resources offered at the sites.
I think each camp has its own personality. They all have outdoor cabin features for housing, a lot of different activities, science experiment opportunities. I think each camp is a great camp to attend, and the students have a great time. Some of their facilities might look a little different, but not in quality or experience for the kids.
Okay. Thank you.
So for Trustee Harmon Singh's benefit, the board 3 or 4 years ago, Trustee Sellers, you were already on the board?
I think
Yeah.
we were on the board then.
You were, both were. We moved to allocate funding to give all the elementary schools the same amount of money to ensure that then they decided what camps to go, but that way there was no inequities as far as, well, we're going to this. I don't know the difference between these camps because I went to school in Visalia, but if there's one camp that is more affordable and they're choosing that doesn't create any inequities. We also knew that a lot of the parents, and at least in Liddell, a lot of the parents were raising money to support and pay for either a bus or things that were part of the trip. So this is something that the board has taken over, and it's out of our general fund that we're paying it rather than the school budget, right?
Yeah, this is
It's
coming.
out of supplemental and concentration funds.
And I will also add, at that time, I believe only 6 of our elementary schools were going to a 6th grade camp. Right. And so the support and expectation of the board to include all 15 or 14 at that time of our campuses really helped take us in this direction, so all students have this experience.
Thank you. I have one other question. So initially we allocated 20,000. I think I made the motion, and that was just because that was probably like the highest amount for one of the camps. Is that still enough? And I know that last year I asked for us to assess and determine whether we needed to rethink. I know I see a comment here that it's based on $350 per anticipated 6th grade student to ensure, again, there's no inequities in the bigger size 6th grade classes versus the smaller schools. Is that what we're moving towards, and the 20,000 is still sufficient?
Has been still sufficient, and so assessing that each year for the number of students who are attending, as you said, that can fluctuate from one year to the next, but to ensure that the goal is achieved, which is that students are not and families are not paying out of pocket at all.
I'm sorry, just to clarify really quickly. So we altered the 20,000 set amount to change it based on their enrollment so that it was, they got separate funds for other field trips, but this was specifically for 6th grade camp. So we took their anticipated 6th grade enrollment, multiplied it by the 350 is the cost to attend the camp. And then that was each site's just 6th grade trip to make sure that that was spent on sixth grade trip and everybody got one.
Fantastic. Trustee Griffon?
And then just two other points historically. One, I think like 2 years ago, about half of the schools that were going to Wonder Valley were also going to Cat Haven. Are we ever considering bringing that back as well?
I've seen individual field trips from some of our sites to Cat Haven. I'm not familiar with if it's become part of the routine on their way back, because I know it's in the same geographical area.
Yeah, I think it was just 1 year I was on the board. It was like half of them were also doing Cat Haven on the same field trip. And then for our newer trustees, the other difference in the facilities is that Calvin Crest and Wonder Valley are private facilities, whereas Sierra Outdoor School, even though it's in Sonora, is operated by Clovis Unified. So our funds go to Clovis.
The board doesn't dictate where these schools go, and I would not support dictating. They still get to decide. What we should be doing, I appreciate that, I didn't even know, is making sure that we are creating equitable allocations to our program. So, okay, if there's no objection, we'll have this return under consent. Thank you so much. Item number 7, receive information regarding summer program vendor contracts. Dr. Lopez.
Good evening. The contracts being submitted support staffing and student engagement supervision for the summer intersession programs. These programs are one of a kind. For example, the zoo is the only zoo around here, so we provide those services to our students as part of the enrollment. We attach the enrollment sheet with wait list already accumulating. So the reason why they're coming to you is because they are going over the 50,000 threshold and they require your approval.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? If not, we'll have this return under consent. Item number 8, receive information regarding Central Unified Expanded Learning Programs, Fresh Agreement, Fresno County Superintendent of Schools, MOU for the 26-27 school year. Dr. Lopez.
Fresno County Superintendent of Schools supports our district by providing appropriate staffing and grant compliance for the grants that are provided not just through the state, 21st Century, ACES, but also ELO programs to increase staffing to meet the needs of students. Currently, we have enrolled a total of 3,800 students. That is 1,000 more than what we had at the opening of the school year. So our programs are growing rapidly. So that is why you see an increase in the MOU. The MOU is now slated to be $7,723,418 to be paid out of expanded learning programs. Administration is recommending this item be placed in the June 9th agenda for action. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? This will be placed on our consent agenda. Item number 9, receive information regarding purchase and equipment in support of Board Policy 5131.8, mobile communication devices. Dr. Lopez.
Let me grab that. So based on feedback from various groups, we've been meeting with quite a bit of groups from teachers, administrators, students, and classified staff. We have decided to adopt 2 of the items that you'll see present tonight. We've created an SOP in alignment to these items that will be used. What you see in front of you, and I have some samples, is a Yonder mechanism to unlock devices. And this one. And the pouches look like this, and they'll be in our presentation as well. We have met with various vendors, about 20 of them, for different purposes, including some platforms that were tech, which means they installed applications and devices and basically blocked any signal for the whole day. However, we were worried after discussing with IT that that would not be good for our district to go that route. At the end of the day, we felt like Yonder is the one that has been really well known, has research behind it, is the item that is most purchased by districts in California and in the U.S., nationally as well. And we felt like this was the best program. So I have a quick presentation for you. Oh, if you can play, yeah.
Yonder is the established leader in creating phone-free schools. For over 10 years, our product and program has allowed students to experience the focus, creativity, and relief that comes from a phone-free school day. As students enter school, they place their phone in their assigned Yonder pouch. They close and secure their pouch, keeping it with them throughout the day. When leaving school, students tap their pouch on an unlocking base to retrieve their phone. Yonder is used by millions of students every day. Our school partners report having more teaching time in the classroom, improved student safety and wellness, better student engagement, student behavior, and academic performance. Creating Phone-Free Schools is a community initiative. Our comprehensive program provides support to our school partners from start to finish with step-by-step guidance, parent communication materials, policy development, and proven expertise to ensure everyone understands the difference a phone-free education can make.
It's amazing to see kids come to school and not have to worry about that phone going off or them being bullied by someone else on social media.
It was kind of annoying at first, but then I saw like the difference between like my old school and this school.
I see more people like interacting rather than being on their phones, like especially at lunchtime and break time. They are way more engaged, everyone's happier.
It's night and day. I saw kids' faces again.
So they do provide services not just through the pouch system, but also support us by creating the presentations for the whole district for every single administrator to show across our schools. So what they would do essentially take our SOP that we created with the help of everyone. We're at draft number 9 now. I know I uploaded draft number 8 last week. And they would create a presentation for every single school that matches that SOP with all these visuals as well as how the technology will assist. Additionally, we are partnering with Screenagers, which is a website that provides services and videos for our community with research on how our cell phones are hurting and harming our youth right now. So there is going to be a town hall that I'm going to do in June. Welcome all our parents, similar to the literacy night that I'm hosting right now with 800 and so parents in attendance. So we're hoping to get the same rhythm going. And what we're going to do is provide them the ability to kind of touch the pouches and see them and to be able to receive information as to how the policy will be rolled out. We are working with administration, so they are selecting nights, parent nights through July to be able to start handing these pouches out to the community as well as their back to school event. And we're going to have district distribution days as well through July. To be able to provide as many opportunities for students to pick up the pouches throughout the summer before school starts. Additionally, our staff is identifying all the locations within their safety camps, the maps, and identifying where the unlocking mechanisms will be fastened to the wall as well. So we're gonna not just have these in classrooms, every classroom will have them, office spaces, anywhere where students gather will have one, but we're also going to have unlocking mechanisms adhered to the wall with the lock. So our safety staff will go around and unlock them before dismissal, so students are able to use those as well. In our SOP, the new one that we just finalized today, it seems like everyone from our CUDA partners to our admin teams feel happy about where we are right now. It includes also ideas on how students can have access to their devices for lesson purposes, including badges, special badges for yearbook club, leadership. If there's activities happening, they'll wear these badges showcasing private access, right, to the devices so they can go and take pictures and do what they need to do for their yearbook class or leadership. The other item that you have in front of you tonight is called, here it is, Generation Faraday. So in elementaries, rather than going with the pouches, fine motor skills, and for so many other reasons, we decided to go with the lockbox, and you see that right below to my left. They also lock any Wi-Fi connectivity to the device just in case they have earphones or anything, it will not be able to connect. They also have data that they've collected and researched on their own, so we like that about them. They are the only company that does these kind of boxes with that technology to block any signal. So as of now, they're a sole source provider. They are in a total of 27 school districts, including LA Unified, Oceanside, and Compton, as well as KIPP here in California. They look like this. The phones will be placed inside just as such, and students will be able to leave them there at the beginning of the day and collect them at the end. Of course, for emergency reasons, students do have access to the devices. And the latest feedback that is part of draft number 9 is explaining that when we do have lockdown drills, we are going to make the parents aware, including through the communication we're sending out, that our parent square will be the way we communicate regarding lockdown drills or any kind of drill. However, for emergency reasons, if imminent danger is present, the teachers, that's why we have these in all classrooms, they will allow the students to unlock them. Ooh, for the boxes, it'll be the same. The boxes will be unlocked during those situations. That is the cost for the lock boxes. This is a one-time cost, so clearly we're not replacing them after they're done. And for the pouches, the total cost we have, for the Yonder pouches, we have a total of $318,000. Now, for that, the students get to keep the pouches, so we don't have that purchase every year. After contacting other districts that have adopted it, they look at about a 10% of that cost every year that would come back to the board for approval. Lastly, I do want to explain that Yonder provides SEL lessons. So we found it very useful that we're not just getting a product with them. They have developed SEL lessons that are going to be distributed through classrooms because we feel like our students need to be provided with that starting next year. We're also starting those lessons in the last 2 weeks of schools so the kids don't get surprised by the policy at the beginning of the year. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
What does SEL stand for?
Social emotional learning. I apologize.
Trustee Kirk and then Trustee Sadhu.
Thank you. I have just a couple. You addressed one, the students get the pouches and they get to keep them. So what happens if they lose them or don't bring them to school?
So there is a cost. What I am excited to share is, I don't know if you guys saw the proposal, they are reducing the cost by 40%. So after looking at the cost for other districts, they are reducing them quite significantly, and we're getting, I believe, 1,800 pouches for free, and we're getting 200 of these that are very costly for free as well, and all the unlocking mechanisms that go on the wall for free as well. So they're giving us a really good discount, and they said that they look forward to keeping that same discount moving forward. So we're trying to keep it as low as possible. So far, they are the lowest of, well, not the lowest of all that we've examined. There was one for $17, but it easily opened with a magnet. So we just felt like that wasn't good.
So not so much cost associated, but a student who comes to school without their Yonder patch but with their phone. What do we do at that point where a student says, oh, I forgot my pouch? What do so I get to carry my phone?
So we're going to create loaners, and that's what we saw in other districts as well. So they're going to be able to get a loaner. However, we document and keep track. If they're doing this quite often, we assume possibly the pouch has been lost. So then there's going to be a fee accrued in their library system. However, we do have a list of kiddos that have needs. We know how to identify them. So what I've told our staff is keep that in mind and work with the parents and identify, could there be something they could do after school where we can support the student in payment of the device or the pouch. So we're looking at that as well.
Okay, my second one has to do with the unlockers. How hard are those to find? Is it possible to find those online that someone could then carry in their backpack and then unlock everyone's phone?
So not the Yonder ones. I did buy some. So that is why we switched. So we had initially thought we were going with Faraday for the pouches. However, after I got the order in from Amazon for the different magnets and I tested them, I felt like Faraday was easily opened, very easily opened with the online purchased magnets, not this one. And we are getting the latest generation, so it's not similar to the ones already at Madera. So just if you hear anything. These are the newer ones with the thicker pin that is very hard to bend, and they're harder to open with magnets.
Okay, last question. And I guess this is something we should just be cognizant of as we change the policy for our students and know that our students learn by watching us. So what professional development are we putting in place for our teachers so that they're not on their phones during kind of quiet time in class when our students can't be? There's some PD going on with that.
Yes, so we are working as soon as this is approved with Yonder as well with our PD that's coming at the opening of the year. We have 2 days with staff, so that is going to be one of the blocks that I will be using to discuss more of the trust and building trust with our students and only utilizing their devices for emergency purposes because we do have Catapult in it. And they do have email, so sometimes communication comes that way. We don't expect totally phone-free for our staff, and that is something we're communicating in our presentation to all students as well, the Yonder presentation. The fact that adults use their devices for different reasons too, but being cognizant of that.
I mean, I was thinking that maybe we need pouches as we're having our board meeting so we can model the behavior. Trustee Sadhu?
No, the first question was my question.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? Vice President Sellers?
Does this model pouch, is that a signal blocking?
Yes, and Generation 4 was. So that was our other question. We were going with the other pouch because it was a signal blocking, and they came up with this generation, which is signal blocking.
Thank you.
Is there going to be an opportunity for students to leave the pouch if they don't want to take it, or if the parents are like, I don't want to be responsible, my kid loses everything? Is there going to be an opportunity for us to house them?
To do that because they are expected to walk through the fence with this closed and showcase it. So we are going back to our, to ensure that we have appropriate structures and the use of Minga and 5-star still, we are going with the printed badges now for students, and they're going to go here. So then as they enter, they have to show, and they got to clip it, put the phone and clip it as they're walking in. We saw it work really well. The 2 school districts that we saw them use Yonder, seamless. So because of that, they have to walk in with it in the morning.
Okay. Thank you. Trustee Kurfan?
Thank you, Director Lopez or Dr. Lopez. So I've heard from some districts or stories online about all the different very creative ways that students find around the Yonder pouch how to still access their phones. What lessons have we learned from other districts so that we, if we're going to adopt this, that we know how to counteract the workarounds?
One of the major feedbacks was consistency, making sure that everyone is applying the policy as it should. Our standard operating procedure being presented the same way across, which that's why we're working with Yonder to create, they are creating their presentation using the SOP, putting the school logos in it, so it's spread consistently across our whole district. The other piece is consistency with either discipline or social emotional support for the kids that are struggling. So that is why this pulled our attention with the SEL lessons being provided to our intervention counselors to help our kids, and also provides a way for us to, they support us in creating guidelines for discipline. We do, however, already have guidelines, so that is the next step this week. We're meeting with middle school and high school leaders and schools to refine our guidelines for discipline.
So if a certain non-common product can be purchased cheaply on Amazon that can unlock a Yonder pouch, are we then going to prevent those items from being brought to campus?
Yes, that is good. Like magnets, yes. And I think when kids, this is something we learned from the other districts as well. When kids realize that those magnets can ruin your $1,000 phone, they're most likely to understand, like, don't try to mess with it. And we're going to put that in our presentation too. Depending on the quality of the magnet, it can ruin your phone.
Okay. Thank you.
One other question I have, if no one else has any questions. Go ahead, Trustee Nandeep Singh.
Dr. Lopez, I apologize, I was in the restroom. I know one of the major issues is, I mean, I guess first off, I know this is an important thing for us to do. I know this is coming from the state of California, and obviously I'm an advocate of us doing this. I guess certain questions I have, and it'd be interesting to hear from your guys' trip to other school districts. Obviously, the issue of burner phones, decoys, has been a major sort of workaround. What processes do other school districts that may have had a longer form of implementation, other than just a quick glance, to make sure that isn't happening? I'll start with that question, I guess.
So we noticed they have a documentation system for logging in behaviors. So they would be following our progressive discipline, and that is the one guideline that we're finishing up this week by meeting with other middle schools and high schools. We have one already created, and just adhering to it, following the step process. And when you get to some, like you get to lock the phone on one. So our high schools and middle schools will have these boxes too. So if you lose your privilege because you've violated the policy multiple times, then when you come in the morning, your phone will go there until the end of the day. So kids don't want that. The reason why they asked for these pouches in the survey, that was one of the things they selected, was a pouch, and the parents were too, was to have it in their possession. So we hope that they just follow the policy and we provide supports if needed.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we'll have to just beef that particular strategy up, because obviously we don't want individual teachers having to do that. The whole reason we're doing this as a district is so that the onus is on us and not on the individual teachers. So how we can just shore that up. Maybe you provided the rationale, but could you repeat why we're excluding smartwatches from this?
So we're not excluding it. They usually connect to a cell phone. I know there's models right now where you can buy a line attached to the iPhone. What we are, not the iPhone, the iWatch, what we are doing is ensuring that it follows still our guideline, which means it should be out of sight, it shouldn't be worn. So they have to comply. Same thing with the Meta glasses. We can't give a pouch for every single item they bring, right? So what we're asking students is if you're caught following any of these and not following the rule, there's going to be discipline and SEL supports, right, to pair it up, because we know that they may be struggling with that as well.
The third question I had, as per the document, as far as I understood, the best implementations have been staggered. We're suggesting the recommendation at this time is just a full implementation on day one. Could you share a little bit sort of the rationale?
So we did start something this year, and I know that we keep on saying we haven't. We have, like our high schools, you guys notice they have pouches, they have lock boxes. We did start that this year. It's still not working. We still see things being posted. We still see the impact on SEL on our kids. So we have started this year. What we are asking for, what we asked in the board policy, is that we now move on to the full transition of the full day, which was option 2.
So as per I understand in terms of Yonder itself, and maybe it's worthwhile to have a kind of a conversation, as far as I know, they recommend, so it may be continuing with that, but as far as I've seen, they have recommended in the past a staggered implementation. For instance, year one, for instance, continuing what we're doing, although like you're pointing out, Dr. Lopez, obviously holes and gaps that we're still having. But for instance, year one being all, elementary school, and talking to elementary school teachers, they say it's really about grades 5 and 6 that they seem to have the most issues, including in grades 7 and 8. Potentially year 2, a grade 9 and 10, and then by full implementation by year 3. Maybe in 2 weeks, that's just something you could speak to the Yonder folks about, because I at least anything I've seen, they've recommended, and meaning even the company recommends like sort of a staggered approach. And I think and why were we not doing Pathway and Pershing this year, or for the first year?
So we met with the principal there, and they have a really good system in place, and the kids don't use them. They're doing really well. They use them as reward systems too. I mean, it's a different need that's there. So I want to take into account the needs and the structures that they currently have in place. And they felt like if we're okay with allowing them to do their policy, they will continue, especially because of the size of the school as well.
And then my last question, and maybe in some ways this is a request for when this comes up for action next week, and maybe this is towards Assistant Superintendent McLennan and Assistant Superintendent Dr. Lopez. I would love if there was a way that we could potentially collaborate and figure out what will we be measuring as success, because obviously we have a problem in the sense that the state says everybody has to have a policy. So be it. We will have one. Will it be test scores? Will it be what is our baseline thing that we want to see improve, and that this will be helpful for us to see improve over time? Just like what is the, like, obviously I think there's an issue in terms of like attention spans and this and that, but what is something that we can track over time to say, yes, this made a positive impact, or maybe it didn't? So just to make sure that we are not in solution looking for a problem, but we have a problem looking for.
So there is something that we've already been hearing a lot from all the groups that we've been meeting with, and one of them is tracking the current number of student discipline cases for social media posting, as well as fights recorded and posted. So that is one measure for sure. I know the other measure that we will like to see is obviously the impact in academics as well.
Dr.
One metric from Santa Clara Unified, I visited Wilcox High School, and one metric that they came up with was the Healthy Kids Survey. They said the results were like, I think it's in like the packet I sent, but you can see better results.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
So I understand that our teachers are not going to be responsible for ensuring students keep the cell phone in the pouch. What are we going to do? So in addition to the training, and I hope that everyone just follows the rules, but historically, particularly in our district, some folks have chosen, even when the board takes action, not to follow our rules. So what are we going to do when teachers are choosing and to allow certain students to have their cell phones who don't have the media press, who don't have these special permissions? Like, how are we going to respond to ensure that not only are we having the discussion about modeling behaviors, but then that the teachers don't have the favoritism towards the students that are completing their work on time or are bored and say, okay, you're not being disruptive, I'm going to let you have a cell phone. What are we going to do to address that personnel component?
So that is going to be a collaboration with educational services as well, because it is more of training on our leaders, principals, right, on how to address systemic concerns in their own campuses too, and how do we support them with those conversations if needed as well, right? However, the reason why we went with a pouch as well, like you mentioned, is because our current year, the implementation of the policy in the high schools that we attempted with the boxes and you name it, we heard that feedback from students, and we heard that feedback from parents, and we heard that feedback from staff. And they stated it was very inconsistent. So the reason behind the pouch at the entry point is so we don't put that in, like you mentioned, teachers, and that we ensure accountability. However, I agree with you, we have to make sure that we're only opening them during the right scenarios. They are allowed to use them for lessons, but they are supposed to make the administration aware if they are using them for lessons. So like that, we don't hear it after the fact when students says, oh, well, I was able to use my phone for my class today.
Thank you. Hearing no other questions, this will return under consent. If anyone wants to pull it from sure, we'll put it under action. Okay, just kidding, this item will return under action. If you have any additional questions, just make sure you submit them to administration, please, beforehand. Thank you, Director Both, for patiently waiting. Item 11, receive information regarding amendment to fire alarm testing contract. And you have the last information items.
Last three.
Yeah.
Good evening again, board members.
Just make sure the mic is on.
Yeah, you would think I would know by now. Sorry about that.
Okay.
All right. So good evening again, board members. Tonight, we're bringing an amendment to our original fire alarm testing and inspection services. On May 27, 2025, the district opened bids number 2425-1404 for the fire alarm testing and inspection services for our district. The board approved that contract to Siemens for the annual testing, and that contract was a 3-year contract. Since the original award, additional reporting procedures, testing requirements have been identified, and additionally, there have been some devices that were missed by our previous company that we have identified, so there's additional devices being tested. We needed to do an amendment to the existing agreement to incorporate those additional services, requirements, and testing. The proposed amendment will expand the scope of services and include the updated reporting procedures and testing requirements. The amendment term will be for the 2 years left on that contract. Siemens will continue to provide the services as provide the additional services that were based on the same hourly rates that were bid out on number 2425-1404, ensuring that the district continues to receive the lowest bid and responsible pricing as we originally awarded through the competitive bidding process. The additional cost associated with this amendment will be $64,379 per year for a total of $128,758 for the 2 years. Amounts will be paid from the general fund. Administration is recommending this item be placed on the June 9th, 2026 board agenda for action. After answering any questions the board may.
There we go. Testing, testing, okay. I promise we'll speed this up and finish quickly. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, go ahead.
Have we started the testing at the different sites yet?
For last year, yeah.
Anything for this year?
No, that starts in June.
Okay. And then the second thing is just, as a board, can we get the results of their findings? Put in a Friday report if that'd be appropriate. Or
For the annual testing?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that'll probably be closer to August. Is that
That's fine.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that.
Thank you.
This is maybe just my ignorance, but is this like a third-party company that's like testing the fire alarms? And then, of course, my next question is, aren't there like public employees that we can have do this for much cheaper? Because this seems like a lot of money. And again, this is just probably me thinking I obviously don't test my fire alarm through third-party services. You know, I wasn't going to say anything, but so is this like standard?
Yeah, so it's required. It's, you know, you have to have a certified, and there's a, I don't know, it's on NFPA 72, but there has to be a mandated, a certified person who does all the testing. Okay. So they do test every device. And, you know, Siemens has worked with us previously, but, you know, we had one system that they tested at Central East. We replaced it, and then we went out to bid. They won our bid. So they've been very diligent. They've gone through our systems. You know, I'm not happy that our previous company missed some stuff, but again, you know, fire alarm systems are very tricky, to be honest, and there's a lot of regulations to it. You know, it's required, and it's in the law.
I mean, I figured that much. I'm just kind of surprised that it's so expensive.
It's a little more in depth than running around the house pushing the test button.
If you say so. Yeah. I'm in the wrong business. Okay, any questions or comments? And so this is just extending the existing contract?
So we have the contract is 3 years. We've already approved that 3-year contract. What this is the amendment for the 2 years for the additional term for the additional cost.
Okay, so then it's going to be a contract for 5 years?
No, so it's still 3 years.
Okay.
So we've approved the original contract for 3 years. That's still in place. The amendment will be for next year and the following year.
Got it, understood. Okay, thank you so much. If there are no other questions, we'll have this returned under consent. And then I guess in compliance with the Brown Act, I think I would like to just understand these results when they do give them to us, because I don't know if they're like user-friendly, like positive, negative, replace kind of thing, or if it's like in-depth, I need a degree in
it should be
fire alarms.
Yeah, when I look at them, I can see them, but we can get the information and see how it comes off, and deficiency, repair.
Got it.
The inspection is step 1. Step 2 is the repair part, where they go and tell us if there is anything wrong, and we go and fix everything.
Okay. Thank you. Number 12, receive information regarding Harvest Elementary roof repair.
Good evening again. So on April 29th, the district posted bid 2627-1409 for the Harvest Elementary School roof repairs. This project is part of our 2026-2027 deferred maintenance plan that was approved on January 13th, 2026. Bids were opened on Friday, May 22nd at 11 a.m., and this item will return at the next board meeting with those results, as staff are currently going through them and making sure all the documents are there. Administration is recommending this item be placed on action at the next board item or board agenda after answering questions the board may have.
Thanks. This will return under action. Are there any questions at this time? Because we need the bids to come back. Okay, good. Item number 13 and our final item for tonight, receive information regarding HVAC replacement project at various sites. Director Both.
Good evening again. So on January 13th, 2026, the board approved the increase to the deferred maintenance plan from $2 million to $4 million. The plan for the 2025-2026 was amended to add this HVAC replacement project. Staff has reviewed our HVAC inventory and recommend replacing our older BARD units that are used to heat and cool our portable classrooms. We have targeted our oldest units that are older than 15 years. Train has provided a proposal through their CMAS, California Multiple Award Schedules, number 421061092 and 421061093 to complete this work. A total of 55 units will be replaced, and a list of the sites are down here below. The cost of this project will be $1,863,505 and will be paid through the Deferred Maintenance Fund. Administration is recommending this item be placed on the June 9th board agenda for action after answering questions the board may have.
Does it need to be action or can it be consent?
This one can be consent.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? Vice President Sellers. Just remember your...
Yep. The 55 units here, does that account for all units that are 15 years older than 15?
All but 10. So there still will be 10 of them that are 15 years.
Okay.
But we picked the ones that we've had issues with through our work order system.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This will return under consent. Advanced planning, the 12-month calendar should be attached. Any additional information and closing comments? So this is an opportunity for any board member to request future agenda items. Go ahead.
Yes,
Trustee
thank
Kirk,
you.
sorry.
I would really like to see an evaluation of how our ethnic studies went this first year.
Thank you. Any other requests? The outstanding item is something about facilities and how we decide what art goes up and what quotes and things of that nature. Because I know we have a naming board policy for buildings or facilities, but just maybe how do we handle our artwork and whether maybe not next board meeting, but the meeting after that. And then as a reminder, please make sure you check your calendars. For our graduations, we have Pershing continuation June 8th at 5:30 p.m. at the Central East PAC. We have Central High School June 8th, 8 p.m. at the Collegian Stadium. And then we have the other four that'll happen after our board meeting, so I'll remind you those at the next board meeting. Our next board meeting is Tuesday, June 9th, 2026 at 5 p.m. for closed session and open session thereafter. We don't need to adjourn. What are the wishes of the board on adjournment? Thank you. I have a motion by Trustee Kirk. I have a second by Trustee Sadu. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries 6-0 with Trustee Kerfon absent. Thank you so much.